Hello and welcome to my free taster video where we'll be drawing this little set of macaroons. The goal of this video is to give you a good idea of what my Patreon videos are like and how they're laid out. In fact, this exact tutorial is on my Patreon. Now before we get started with the tutorial, let me just take a minute to explain where a few things are and how it works. First up, for all of my Patreon tutorials, I include the reference photos, some sketch outlines, and colour swatches. And they show you all of the colours that I use in the tutorial. Now, usually these are attached to the Patreon post. I've attached them into the email, and I will refer to all of these things throughout the tutorial. Now, the colour swatches, as I say, shows you all of the colours I'll be using in this tutorial. If you don't have the exact same colour as me, you can use the little colour swatches as a guide of what that colour looks like to try and find your closest match. Now throughout the tutorial you will always be able to follow exactly which colour I'm using. I put a little swatch in the top corner like this one here. Next up, note that for all of my tutorials I've already completed the sketch before the tutorial starts. Now it's up to you how you put your sketch down. I've included sketch outlines with the tutorial, both light lines in case you want to print it out onto your drawing paper and much heavier lines if you want to trace it. I'm not going to go into it in a huge amount of detail at this point, but if you want to create your own sketch outlines, I do recommend having a look at using the grid method. Now finally, let's talk about the layout of this tutorial. Now for all of my tutorials, I always start with a really in-depth look at the reference photo, looking for the most obvious things that we're going to need to bear in mind. And from there, we start the drawing. All of my drawings are split into chapters, so I find it easiest if I break the drawing down into smaller sections. You'll see that there is this first chapter where I go through in depth everything you need to know to complete this section of the drawing. And then there's that same footage, but just the real-time section. So you can see exactly every pencil stroke that I'm making. It then moves on to the next chapter and in detail everything I'm doing in this second chapter, and then again the real-time footage in case you want to see every mark. Now the easiest way to access these chapters is to click the watch on YouTube button, and then all of the chapters are laid out in the description, and you can just click on the timestamps to get to each section. So you could do the first section and then come back to the second section on another day. It just makes it a little bit easier. Now the final thing to know is the materials you'll need to complete this tutorial, and I have included them in the email. I usually include them in the Patreon description. So let's get started with the macaroons, and I want to start, as I mentioned, by having a really good look at the reference photo. So let's take a look at this one section at a time. The most prominent part of the drawing, I would say, is the macaroons. And generally speaking, these are pink macaroons. But if we really look at the colour of them, they're made up of actually quite a lot. The shadow on this right-hand side, this looks like it's got a slight blue tinge to it. It's quite a cool shadow. It's got ever so slight purple tones. It's very, very light in the middle. And then it's got a not dissimilar colour to this side, but much lighter, whereas the underside of the macaroon is a much richer shadow. It's got more of a reddish tone, which I think is the reflection from the raspberry. In fact, the shadows down here are really, really dark. Looking in this corner here, this is a very, very deep brown. It's probably darker than you might expect. So we need to be building up a lot of the pencil here. Generally looking at this macaroon, the light is coming from the left, so the right hand side is much more shadowed. It's much more shadowed in here, for example, in this middle cream section. And it's got all of this detail along here. We want to build these up, make them look like little craters. That's going to really help give this some texture. Looking at the raspberries appear to be quite complicated, but actually I don't think they're as complicated as you might expect. The most difficult part of probably the whole drawing will be adding in all of these little sections of the raspberry, getting this mapped in nice and accurately. But once all of these shapes are mapped in, I think it's going to be reasonably simple. So there's lots of light patches on the raspberries. So we're going to want to work around these to keep those light patches. And generally it's got dark red outlines, I would say, but it gets even darker around the outside of the raspberry. And the same here, it's darker around here, for example, where this section of the raspberry is in shadow, much lighter around the top. Still quite a dark red, but a lighter dark red. This is probably more of a, maybe even a brown, a reddy brown. And then looking at the leaves, these again are very, very detailed. It's got the main lines going through the middle of the leaves, and then it's got all of these little sections around here. So we want to add in, again, all of that detail. It can seem quite overwhelming when you are drawing something with this level of detail, but we just need to work one little step at a time. So those are the main things that I'm noticing to begin with from the reference photo. Let's start drawing. Now I want to start this drawing in the way that I always do, by putting down some very light base layers. What I want to do is put down a smooth, even covering of the lightest colour I can see in each area. And there is a different lightest colour for each section. So let's take a look at the reference photo and we can look for our first lightest colour. Now the lightest colour on the raspberry is the little light patches. So this colour here, this colour here. It's a very, very light pink, and actually I would say that it is the same lightest colour as on the macaroon itself, this light pink here. So I want to look at my colour swatches and find the closest colour I have to match that colour. And I would say the closest match is this pink madder lake, it's called. It's quite a vibrant pink. It's got the same kind of tones to it. And all I want to do to begin with is put this pencil down over all of the raspberries and all of the pink areas of the macaroons. That is all there is to this first step. Now, the most important thing that I need to do whilst working through this is work really nice and lightly. We're going to be building up a lot of layers of pencil one on top of another, so we don't want to just go in really hard with the pencil. That's going to stop us from being able to build up as much pencil as we need here. Now, in terms of pressing lightly, what I do to help me press lightly is hold the pencil further back than you might expect. So rather than holding it really close to the tip, you'll see that I'm holding it about halfway down the barrel. And what that does is stop me from being able to press too hard. It enables me to build up this really light layer. Now, sometimes if I'm trying to put down this colour in an area that needs some detail, like where I've been working around the green leaves, I do hold the pencil a little bit closer to the tip just to get me that control. But I'm certainly not holding it right on the tip like you might expect. Now, another thing that I'm particularly doing here is putting down the pencil as smoothly as I can. Because this is the base layer, we want to be putting down some pencil in a really smooth and even way so that we have a nice solid block to work on. So rather than just scribbling back and forth with the pencil, I'm working in circular or oval motions, which you can really see me doing here. I'm working in small ovals, and that just puts down the pencil in a much more consistent way. And now the final thing that I particularly want to be doing here is frequently sharpening my pencil. The pencil is going to go down again in a much smoother and more consistent way if I do keep it nice and sharp. So I am reasonably frequently taking my pencil away and giving it a sharpen. And this is really all there is to this first section, just working over the whole of the macaroons. You can see that I'm leaving the green leaf area. We're going to go over that in a green in a second. And I'm also leaving that kind of cream area in the middle of the macaroon. We'll go over that with a more appropriate colour in a second. So I can just block over the whole of this raspberry. You can see that even where I'm going over this nice and lightly with the pencil, you can still see the sketch lines very, very faintly. It's easier for me to see them sort of in real life. So you should be able to see the sketch lines on your drawing as well, nice and lightly. So once I've gone over all of the macaroons and the raspberries as smoothly as I possibly can, it's not perfect, but it doesn't need to be perfect at this point. What we now want to do is look for the lightest colour in the next section. So I'm particularly looking for the lightest colour on the cream section of the macaroons. So I'm looking at this area here, and I want to compare the colour here to my swatches to find the closest match. Now I would say the closest colour to this section is the warm grey 2. I've literally compared the reference photo to my swatches, and that is, I think, the closest I've got. Once again, I want to block in this whole area with circular motions to put down some nice and smooth pencil, and then I can do exactly the same for the green. So the closest match to the lightest section of the green leaves is this light green colour, I would say. And again, I'm just blocking in all of the leaves, so mostly at the top, there's a little bit down the bottom, as smoothly as I can. I'm being very careful not to go over the outer lines of my sketch. I want this to be really nice and neat. And then really very quickly, we have some sort of pencil over the whole of the drawing. And the goal here in this first section is to just kind of get our bearings, get things roughly mapped out. So a lot of the rest of this first section is going to be focusing on the raspberries. They are the most complicated part of this whole drawing. So let's just finish going over this leaf and then let's have a really good look at the top raspberry. Now, generally speaking, I like to work from the lighter colours towards the darker colours. I want to be looking for, in this raspberry, the next most prominent colour after this very light pink. And actually, a lot of the raspberry is a very dark red. In some places, like around here, almost so dark it's almost a brown. So the next lightest colour is actually probably this kind of colour around here. And looking at my swatches, I would say my closest colour to this colour is the magenta pencil. Now, all I'm going to do with this pencil is use this as a way to map things out. I'm not worrying about getting all of the contrast perfect. I don't need to get the lights and the darks in exactly the right place. What I do want to do is use this as an opportunity to get my bearings and really map out what needs to go where. Now, I do have my sketch lines to help me with this. That is going to make this far, far easier. And I'm just going to work through this basically one of these little segments at a time. This, I think, is the most difficult part of the whole drawing. So once we've got through this section, it's going to get much, much easier. So for example, this first section, I can draw around the edge and then I just want to map in where this patch of light is and shade all of the area around here. I can then move on to this next section, draw around the edge, working around again this patch of light, really looking at the shape of the patch of light and where it's sitting within this segment. Notice that it extends the whole way down here, and then I can shade all around this patch of light. Then I can move on to the next section. You can see that this section has this patch of light here. So I want to map that in and shade all around it. And I'm literally working around this raspberry. Now, there's a few things that you want to bear in mind whilst doing this. First off, do use your sketch. It's going to make life so much easier. I've already taken the time to really map out a lot of these sections, and I only then need to look at each section one at a time to look at where particularly those patches of light are. I'm just going to go back over this area, build up a bit more of the pencil. Now, it's worth mentioning that I'm not pressing really hard for this. There's still a lot of colour that we need to be building up here. So I don't want to press firmly. I still want to build a lot of the pencil on top of this. It's also worth mentioning that you don't expect it to be looking amazing as you're working through here. Each section, I would say when you draw them individually, look a little bit sort of odd. But when you look at them all together, when we've mapped in this raspberry, so just in a second, it's going to look so much better, and it's going to make our lives so much easier as the drawing goes on. This is quite a time consuming, probably the most time consuming part of the drawing, but it is well worth putting in the time now to get this mapped out accurately. Now, I say get this mapped out accurately. I am doing the best I can to try and get it as closely matched to the reference photo, again using my sketch. That said, I don't expect to get it absolutely perfect. That will be very, very difficult to get it perfect, but I do want to get it as close as possible. You really want to be looking at this as a series of shapes rather than thinking of it as a raspberry, and that is going to make the process easier. So once I've mapped in this top section, we just need to do exactly the same for the 3 raspberries at the bottom. And again, I can use my sketch to work through this one at a time. I'm finding it easiest to draw around the edge of each segment and then shade in around the light patch. So marking around the edge of that light patch and then shading any other area that needs it. I do want to make the edges of the light patch a little bit smoothed out so that it looks a bit more accurate. So this raspberry here is very, very similar to the previous one. You can see the top of the raspberry though, so some of the segments are a different shape around the top here, but because we're just drawing this as a series of shapes, that is fine. In fact, this this raspberry might be a little bit easier than the last one just because the segments are a bit bigger. So it's a bit easier to see what you're doing. And then as we get down to this bottom raspberry on the left-hand side, actually the shapes get a little bit different, but that's okay. We're still just mapping in what we can see. So whereas on here, all of the segments are marked out, generally speaking, with quite a crisp outline, and then you just need to leave the lighter patches. Here, because this is a little bit out of focus and from the way the light is hitting on it, it's much more that the outlines are all roughly the magenta color, and then it's got some very large light spots. So I want to be mapping in all around the edges, so all around here, and generally leaving these lighter parts that we'll build upon a bit later. So all around the bottom here, we want to be drawing in these sections, and a lot of down the bottom we're going to map in, particularly down here with the slightly darker color, so I can just shade in this area. And you can see how different this raspberry is to map in from the previous one, just because of how that light's hitting it. Again, we don't need to worry about getting this absolutely perfect. I just want to get this as close a match as I can at this point. So now let's map in this last raspberry, and we're back to reasonably prominent, I would say, patches of light and quite prominent raspberry sections. And by the end of this, your raspberries should look quite a lot like raspberries, but they haven't got enough contrast, they haven't got any extra colors, they're not exactly looking realistic. But we have so much that we can work with and build upon in the next section that is just going to make our lives so much easier from this point. Now let's have a look at any other shapes that we want to be mapping in on the rest of the macaroons. There isn't a huge amount to do in this first section. I'm actually going to use a slightly different pink now. This is kind of a mixture between the magenta and that first pink we used. This is called middle purple pink, and I'm just going to use this to map in a lot of the shapes, a lot of the dips that are on this macaroon, both the top and the bottom macaroon. So look at all of these different shapes within here. These are actually quite a lot darker than that pink, I would say, but we can map it in to start with this light pink, and then we can add to it with the darker colors a little bit later. But this pink is a really good opportunity to get all of these different shapes marked out, both at the top up here, all along here, but also there's a lot of sort of dips down the bottom as well. So I want to get the most prominent ones of these marked in too. Now I still want to be pressing nice and lightly. I don't need to be applying really firm pressure. As I say, we want to be building up a lot of colors over the top of this. Notice that I am now holding the pencil much closer to the tip because I do need to be really accurate about where this is going. And I'm just controlling my pressure so I'm not pressing really hard. Let's also use this pencil to just mark in this very dark shadow at the top of the macaroon here. It is a very dark color, as I mentioned when we were looking at the reference photo, but it does have a very kind of pinky purple undertone. So let's just map in where that's going to go now. Again, it's going to make our lives so much easier later. And actually not only on the top, but a little bit around the side, let's just add in that shadow there. And then the last thing I want to do in this first section is map in some of the shapes on the leaves. Again, I don't need to make this perfect, but I just want to get really the most prominent shapes mapped in. So I've once again looked at the darker green, compared it to my color swatches, and I would say that the closest match is this pine green. So let's look at where we need to be building up this color. So on these leaves, there are a few areas that are particularly dark and prominent. There's this line along here, this line along here, this line along here and here, as well as the general edge to this leaf, and all around here. Now some of these little shapes here are also very prominent. I might map some of these into these lines, but again, this isn't a case of trying to make this perfect. We just want to get something down that we can build upon in the next section. Now I can't stress enough how important it is to be working with a sharp pencil. Honestly, it is the most important thing that's going to make this possible, to make it really nice and light and really give you the accuracy and the detail of where the pencil is going. You can see that it's really not looking like a masterpiece at the end of this, but we've got something that we can start to build upon. So let's do the same for this leaf down the bottom. There's actually quite a lot of this green that needs adding. This leaf down here is so much more shadowed than the one at the top, but there's also a lot less detail that's visible. So there's this very light line running through here, and on the most most part, that's what we want to avoid, as well as just adding the dark line through here. So by the end of this first section, you should have everything mapped out. We should really have our bearings by the end of this first part. In the next section, we can start to build up some more of the colours, start to build up some of the contrast. So now we've got all of the basic shapes marked out, let's gradually start working towards the darker colours. And I want to continue to map everything out. So I'm starting off here with the same colour that we finished off the last section. I'm using the sort of mid-tone pinky purple. And what I'm using this colour for to start with is to begin to define down the side of this macaroon. You'll see there's really quite a deep and bright shadow along here, and there's a decent amount of pinky purple here. And we haven't got a huge amount in either of these areas at the moment. So still with the same light layers that I was using before, just applying the pencil nice and softly, I want to put this colour anywhere where I can see a hint of this pinky purple or that is darker. So for example, there's quite a deep shadow up here. I'm going to block in where I think that shadow needs to go and then continue mapping in anywhere that needs this pinky purple. So I need to build quite a lot up, as I say, on this right hand side, and in exactly the same way as before, I want to be pressing lightly, working in circular motions to try and make this as smooth as possible with a really nice and sharp pencil. It's so important that we get these macaroons nice and smooth. We don't want it to look scribbly because they are a nice and smooth, soft object. And you can really see those circular motions here on building this up nice and smoothly. So I want to go a little bit along the front. There's kind of a light triangle directly underneath the raspberry. And I want to build up a reasonable amount on this left-hand side as well. Now, one of the reasons I like mapping everything in with the lighter colours first is I find it so forgiving because we will be able to kind of get a bit of an idea before we really commit with the darker colours. It means if there's anything that needs adjusting, if anything's looking not quite right, it just is far easier to change it. So let's also map in some of the darker areas down the bottom down here. So you'll see there's kind of a light band along here, and then it's really quite dark and quite a bright kind of red as a reflection from the raspberry all down here. So I want to map in some of the pink around here, and then we can go over it with a darker colour as we go. You also want to be building up all around here, around the edge, around here, and there's a kind of triangle wedge shape here, whereas this area is much lighter. This area is maybe a little bit darker, but a pretty similar colour to this colour. So there's also mapping this little section here. Again, this area will need to be a lot darker, but I can just get the placement in at this point. And then let's also use this same pencil to go over some areas of the raspberry. So right now we've mapped in all of our little raspberry segments. What I want to do is go over all of those lines separating the segments with this pencil to just tone it down so it doesn't look as light. I want to avoid going over all of the light patches that we marked in, but look how going over the lighter lines in between each of these segments just changes the whole look of the raspberry. It's going to make it look like a much brighter, more solid colour. So let's do the same to the raspberries down the bottom. I'm literally just going over them with circular motions, nice and smooth, like we did at the very beginning, but just really paying attention to where the light spots are. So on this raspberry here, most of the light spots are more near the top, but generally speaking, I can just block in the area towards the bottom. Now, this isn't going to make the raspberry look amazing and perfectly realistic, but all we're doing is trying to get a little bit closer to a realistic raspberry bit by bit, colour by colour. And the same for the raspberries at the bottom. So the raspberry on the left, I pretty much just needed to put down a solid block of colour, whereas this raspberry on the right, I once again want to just really look at where all of the light spots are, all of those light spots we added in before, and just work around avoiding those light spots. So let's build up some of this pinky colour on this shadow section I mentioned here, which we will need to make much darker as we go. And then I'm also going to focus on building up some of this colour down the bottom as well. So you'll see that although the colour down here is much darker than this pinky colour, I again want to map in and shade in this whole bottom area, avoiding this very light line along here. So it's bit by bit starting to look a little bit closer to a macaroon, particularly this one down the bottom. And as I say, we're just going to work our way from the lighter pencils towards the darker pencils, just a little bit at a time. So from here, I want to think about my next darkest colour, my most obvious next darkest colour. And I'm again particularly looking at this area around here. So this colour is mostly a kind of pinky purple, but it has a kind of hint of grey to it, I would say. It's not just a solid pink. So I'm going to use a warm grey like I used before, but this is a slightly darker warm grey. And I'm going to build up a bit more of the pencil, particularly on this right hand side here. So it's actually got quite a crisp line really around the edge. And then I can just shade over this whole shadowed area from that point. And I think quite quickly that's looking a lot better. It's certainly looking a little bit closer to the shadow that we have here. So I'm going to work my way around the drawing, thinking about if there's any other areas that we need to be adding in some of this grey. So I want to add a little bit in the same areas where I added the pink, is toning down that pink and just giving a good general amount of contrast here. Let's do the same on the other side here. I want to make this corner much darker too. And then I'm going to add a little bit, just a few areas of shading along the textured edge, I'm going to call it, of the macaroon before I really want to focus on the cream in the center. So I'm starting off by putting a really crisp line along the top here. Look at what a strong grey line we have along here. And there's a little bit along the bottom, but not as prominent as along the top. And all of this grey on the right hand side needs building up. So I'm going to start using circular motions once again to build up this grey. Now I would say that this warm grey is the closest colour to this section, but also when we built up the base layers we did do this area with the lighter warm grey, so they do very much go together. So I put a much fainter line along the bottom here and just build up actually quite a lot on that right hand side. It's surprising really how dark we actually need it to be so that the area is showing up, and it might be that in the next section we need to make it even darker than this, but we'll see how we go. So let's build up some of the grey along the bottom here as well, and I'm mostly putting this colour where I've built up the pink already. It's very good for toning down that pink. I think it's making a closer matching colour to what we had here, and then I can do the same down the bottom. I would say that on this area around here, on this bottom macaroon, it's more obvious that the grey is what's needed down here, but we will still need to make this area a lot darker than it is at the moment. So let's go over the very bottom of this macaroon. Again, we're still toning down that pink colour, and I'm just going to go around the edge of this area that will be very dark. So now let's think about the next darkest colour we want to add, and the most obvious thing that I think is missing from here is a slightly darker reddish brown. So this is the burnt sienna pencil, and what I want to do is put this anywhere that needs to be darker than the magenta that we added on the raspberries to begin with, anywhere that needs to be more of a reddish brown. So as I've mentioned before, around the particularly outside edge of this raspberry, it gets really quite dark. All of these little sections along here are so much darker than around the middle here, for example. All around here, this is really quite a deep red, and all around here. So I'm using this burnt sienna to work my way around the raspberry, looking at one segment at a time. If I think that that segment of the raspberry needs to be made darker, then I will go over it. And it is mostly around the edge. Now, this is another one of those instances where when you're working on them one at a time, it doesn't seem to be making too much of a difference. But when you go over the whole raspberry, it's really adding a lot more contrast and a lot more detail. It just generally looks much, much better. And then once I'm happy with the raspberry, I can generally work my way down. So I'm going to go over these shadowed areas here once again. They will again still need to be a lot darker, but I can build that up in the next section. And I only want to put this on areas that do seem to have that underlying brown. So I don't need to add a huge amount on particularly this top macaroon. I'm going to add a bit in this shadowed patch on the right hand side here, particularly on the pink section. It needs to be much more of a reddy brown tone here. And then let's go over these shadows again to make it a little bit darker, but still with that red tone. You can see I'm still working nice and lightly. It's amazing what a light layer does to adjust the pencil. You really don't need a huge amount to really change the colour. And then I can work my way around these raspberries down the bottom. So once again, looking at each individual segment here and really filling in this brown anywhere that needs to be made darker. Now on this raspberry here, on the most part, it's very much towards the middle. It's much much darker in this area all around here. And we're going to need to build up quite a lot of that reddish brown for now. It's also generally darker on this raspberry towards mostly the bottom, a little bit around the top, and all around this right hand bottom side here. And you can look at each of those individual sections to say on this section the bottom looks much darker, on this section the whole thing looks quite dark really, on this section it's this patch here that is the darkest. And I can just work through these sections one at a time. I think it's so much simpler now that we've taken the time to map all of this out with that magenta pencil, so it doesn't feel quite as tricky, because we're literally just looking at whether an area needs to be made darker and building up some of this brown if it does need to be darker. So now I'm generally happy with the raspberries for now. I still want to be gradually working my way through these darker pencils. Now, something that's looking particularly off at the moment is that we haven't added in the shadows. There are some quite prominent shadows under both the raspberries and the bottom macaroon, as well as all around the leaves at the bottom, and we don't have anything there at the moment. So let's use the darker warm grey pencil, and I'm just going to use this to lightly map in where all of these shadows are. So this shadow for the macaroon down the bottom is going towards the right hand side, and then these shadows underneath the raspberries are generally going kind of horizontally along here. And it's only a little something, we will build upon it more as we go, but I already think that looks much better. It all makes a lot more sense. So let's start working towards some of the darkest colours, and I won't need to fill in as much of this in comparison to what we've done so far. So this is the walnut brown pencil. This is my second darkest pencil in the set. This is my darkest brown. The only pencil that's darker than this is the black pencil. And I once again want to be looking at any areas that need to be made particularly dark. So on this raspberry at the top, there isn't a huge amount at all. And what there is much more around the edge than anything else. And I really need to fill in a lot of the brown, particularly around this area going around the underside. Let's build up the shadows under here that we've already mapped in so clearly with a couple of the other mid-tone pencils. And I'd say that I'm using more like a medium pressure here rather than a really light pressure. I want to build up a lot more of the pencil. This area is so dark that I want to get a really nice and solid block of the colour. And then let's also use this dark brown pencil to fill in a lot of the darkest areas on the green here. Now I have already marked in a lot of these with the darker green pencil in the last section. Let's just go over them. I want to make these lines of the leaves not only darker, but I want them to also blend a little bit better into the areas around it. So going over this dark patch along here and then shading to try and blend the edges. And it looks a little bit harsh at the moment, but bear in mind we will go back over particularly the leaves with a green pencil to not only adjust the colour but just make it all a bit more smoothed out. So let's go along the fold along here, and then I can start adding in some detail onto the patches on the edge of the macaroon. Now I have already roughly mapped out these marks with the pink pencil, but you'll see that a lot of these little dips are really very dark. All of these little shapes all along here, all of the darker areas I want to map in with that walnut brown. These are kind of the key shapes, and then we can tweak and add other amounts of shading around it, but it'll be far easier once all of these key shapes are mapped in a bit clearer. So I'm just really taking my time looking at the shape of each one of these. As I was saying before, it doesn't need to be absolutely perfect, but I do want to try and get it as accurate as possible. So let's particularly build up some of this brown on the right hand side on this area. It's looking nowhere near dark enough at the moment, so it's just darker particularly over the right hand side. And then you'll notice that I'm starting at the top and working my way down, so we're just looking for any area that needs to be made darker on this next lip here. So we're once again mapping in the shapes of all of the little dips using the pink marks that I've already added in to mark out these shapes, get a good idea, but I do want to refine them a little bit better with this pencil. Still do just look at them like a series of shapes, and you just need to try and get the shapes mapped in as well as you can. Add a little bit of shading along the edge around here. There's quite a deep shadow on this area. And then let's build up a lot of this brown on the shadow down the bottom and along this little lip here. So I'm building up a lot of the pencil here, still nice and lightly in this area. I want it to be as smooth as possible. And then let's do the same on this shadow down here, which is so dark. We're going to need to add some black along here as well. And then that's very much a case of what I'm doing for this bottom macaroon as well. You'll see that I've filled in the central where the cream section is. It's very, very dark down here. And I'm going over these dips at the bottom before shading in this very bottom area to try and make it a bit deeper. So now I want to focus on adding some of this brown to the raspberries. Again, just looking at the absolute darkest areas. And it's very much the same as what I've mentioned already. So it's particularly dark on the center of that top raspberry. It's very dark where the raspberries are next to each other and generally along the bottom. And I'm just building this up. It helps that a lot of the shapes have been mapped in so well with the previous colors. So let's go over them again, making it much, much darker. And then once I'm happy with the raspberries, let's just tweak the shadows a little bit better. So I want to make the shadows a lot darker. And in fact, even this brown I think isn't quite dark enough. So let's do that to all of the shadows down here, making sure that I am fading them out as well as I can towards the edges. And then I'm generally happy now with the brown areas. I'm just tweaking the shape of the macaroon down the bottom here. It doesn't look quite right. So at this point I can think about moving on to my darkest pencil. So this is the black pencil, and there's not a huge amount of places that I need to add this pencil. There are very few places that are this black. I don't like to use too much black on a drawing. I think it can look quite harsh. So I want to go over the shadows at the top up here, go along the edge, going over that walnut brown here, but making sure I am still really smoothing out the edges. So going really lightly towards the edge so it's nice and soft. There are a few of these little dips that need to be made a bit darker. Some of the larger ones particularly I think are more like a black. And then this is the main area here that I want to use the black, particularly on the shadow on this bottom macaroon and along this line here. So we're just going over what we've already done. So everything's already mapped out. It's really clear what needs to go where. And we're just making the contrast as full as it should be. And then let's also use this black to go over the shadows at the bottom, make them a little bit darker. Now there are very, very minimal places that I need to be putting this on both the leaf at the bottom and on the raspberries. And then by the end of this next section, what you should have is a couple of macaroons and raspberries that now has really good contrast, but all of the colours are looking quite washed out. Colours that were looking really quite bright aren't anymore. So in the next chapter, we can really brighten everything up and make it look much more vibrant. So now we've mapped everything out and built up the contrast, what I now want to do is brighten everything up. It's all looking way too muted. So I think the easiest thing to do here is to focus on one section at a time. So let's start off by focusing on the raspberries. And a lot of what I'm going to do here is very similar to what we've already done. So the main thing that's currently standing out to me about the raspberries is that they're missing more of that kind of purpley red color. They're not looking bright enough as the kind of core color. So I'm going to go back to the magenta pencil and go back over everything that I've already done, brightening it up. So I'd say that I've now moved on from using the very light pressure and I'm using more like a medium pressure. And I'm once again working around here one of these little segments at a time, going over it in exactly the same way as we did before. And you can see how quickly this is brightening up. So in exactly the same way as we did before, I'm looking at the reference photo thoroughly as I'm working through here to really see where I need to be adding in this pencil. There are places where I need to be adding it in between the segments on those lighter patches, and I'm literally just looking at the gaps between here to see what needs brightening. And that's looking far better already. So let's put this same pencil anywhere else where I can see some of this color missing. So particularly along the shadow on here, we added this in earlier, but it's looking too muted. So let's add some more of this along here. And I'm also going to use this pencil to just brighten up along some of the dips along here. There's a really vibrant pink in some of these creases. So let's add a little bit of this in. And then I'm also going to put some of this magenta pencil over this area here. It's looking way too muted. It hasn't got that full vibrancy. It's kind of got all very toned down from the black pencil, I would say. And then let's focus on these raspberries along here. So doing very much the same as we did on the top one. I'm looking at one raspberry at a time, doing exactly the same as I did before, really brightening up each of the segments and adding some extra shading in between where it's needed. A lot of the segments on the raspberry, particularly this one, are quite kind of close together. They don't have hugely obvious gaps between them. Certainly I wouldn't say to the extent that I've done it. Now it's mostly only the bottom section of that top raspberry that needs more magenta, and I would say that it's the same for this one. It's much more along the bottom we need to add some of this pencil, and we'll need to use lighter colours for the top sections. It still needs some colour adding, but I wouldn't say it needs as much. So these raspberries are looking far better already just by looking at these sections one at a time as we have done and seeing where we need to add more of this pencil. Let's now think about the next most obvious colour that's missing from these raspberries. For every colour we add, it takes us a little bit closer to the finished drawing, and we always want to be thinking about the most obvious colour that's missing. So I would say the most obvious colour that's missing is the darker reddish brown, this burnt sienna. Now I'm particularly looking at this raspberry here, particularly on the bottom half of the raspberry. It's so dark. It's so much darker than what I have at the moment. So still with a medium pressure, I'm going over a lot of the bottom half and making it much darker, making it more of a shadow. But it's really only up to about this sort of point that we need to be adding in this burnt sienna. I wouldn't really say that there's any that's missing around the top half of the raspberry. So let's do the same for the raspberry to the left. Once again, building up a lot more of this colour towards the bottom. Just all along that bottom, it's got a dark shadow. A lot of the really dark areas we have filled in the last chapter along that bottom. So adding this colour over the top doesn't make us lose all of those colours. It still shows through. It's just looking a little bit less prominent. It doesn't look as harsh. And exactly the same on this raspberry. I want to put far more of this colour, mostly down the bottom, but a little bit through the middle, just anywhere where I think it's looking maybe either too bright or too light. So now let's once again compare our drawing to the reference photo and think about the most obvious colour that's missing. And actually now I'm going to use the brightest red that's in my set. So particularly when you look in these small gaps in between all of the segments, some areas look pink, but like here for example, it just looks like a very vibrant red. And if you take a step back from the raspberry, the whole thing just looks more red than what I have at the moment. So let's use this vibrant red to mostly go in between those segments, tone down how light it looks in between them. Looking closely though at the reference photo, I don't want to go over any light patches that I need to leave light or white. And I think this is just going to make the whole raspberry look much more vibrant. So I'm working around those white patches at the top, maybe fading it out a little bit if I think it's looking too bright. And then let's go along all of the light patches on this raspberry as well. I would say that at this point, because we're building up more and more of the pencil, you have to start pressing a little bit firmer to make it as vibrant as it should be. So I would say that I'm now using a medium to firm pressure. You can see that I am pressing harder with this pencil. And even though we're just adding a little bit of the red, it's making a huge difference to the overall colour of the raspberry. So going in between these sections, it's just making the whole thing a bit more toned down, going all around here as well. And then let's do the same for the other two raspberries. So going along mostly the bottom still, I would say. The top of the raspberry, particularly this raspberry, is actually quite light in many places. So I don't want to overdo it and risk losing all of those nice light patches that I've created. And then let's add a reasonable amount onto this raspberry here. And I think that the raspberries are looking so much better, so much more vibrant. And every time that I add in a new colour, I think it makes it more obvious the main colour that's missing. So from here, I would say that the lighter areas are looking too light. All of those patches of light, and particularly the raspberry to the left, is looking too bright. So let's use that very light pink that we used as the base layer to once again just firmly tone down those lightest areas. You can still see that they look nice and bright, but it's just a bit less harsh. I can use a firm pressure to go over any of the darker areas as well, because we will still be able to see those dark colours, and just firmly smooth all of this out. And actually that top raspberry looks pretty much done. The main thing that now is missing about the top raspberry is that the leaves are so muted in colour. So let's do the same to this raspberry here, and I'm going over literally everywhere except for any bright patches of light, and it's just making it look more natural. It's making it look less patchy. Let's do the same to this raspberry here, and there's just a few areas on this one that I want to put less of the colour down, particularly around this sort of area. I'm adding a little bit in these patches, but not on the whole of the patch. I'm leaving the left hand side of the patch lighter, and then I can go over the rest of the raspberry. And I would say at this point I'm pretty happy with the raspberries. Let's now focus on the green leaves. Now the first thing I want to do is make the darker green more prominent. So I'm going to take my time going through here with the same green that we used before, that pine green, to both go over the dark spots that we've already added in and go over some of those lines that we've added in before. So I've added in a lot of the lines, a lot of the detail, but it's all looking too pale. And my main goal here is that I want to brighten it up. So I've got a lot of things already mapped out here that are really going to help me get my bearings. I've got a lot of the main central stems already marked out, and I've got in some places some of the quite fine detail marked out. We just need more. Now don't forget to do this with a really nice and sharp pencil. It's going to make your life so much easier. It's going to make it so much easier to control where the pencil's going. Now adding all of this green in, I would say, is making the light areas look way too light, and that's okay. It's just going to mean that we need to add in more of the bright green that we added as a base layer, but for every colour I add, as I say, it makes the next colour we need to add much easier to see. So mapping in some of the lines along here, as I've said before, I don't need to get this absolutely perfect, but I am just trying to get my bearings, trying to work out where the lines need to go based on the shape of this section. But as I said, it doesn't need to be perfect. And let's do exactly the same to the other half of the leaf. This top leaf on the raspberry is much more complicated than the leaf down the bottom, which basically has no detail. So you can see on this leaf up here, I've added all of the lines for detail, and then I can add some light shading over the top. Similar to this leaf here, where I can go back over that line down the middle and then add some general shading to make it a bit more toned down. And now I can just quite firmly go over the top of all of this with that lighter green, the same lighter green that we used earlier. Again, I would say I'm using a medium to firm pressure here just to smooth all of this out, and it's making the whole thing look much more vibrant. So just a firm pressure in circular motions. I want to smoothly put the colour over the whole whole of the green area. And now that I've done that, I would say that the dark stems are looking too light. So what I now want to do is take a much darker pencil and redefine that. So using this walnut brown to go over all of these dark lines in exactly the same way as we did before. I'm just trying where possible to make sure it smooths out nicely into the surrounding area. And I think the leaves are now looking much better. Now the most obvious thing that I want to focus on beyond the shadows look quite scratchy, is the macaroons themselves. Let's build up a tiny bit more on the shadows and then focus on those macaroons. Although I am going to build up a little bit of this walnut brown on some of the darker patches, particularly on this raspberry here, which I think is just missing a bit of extra pop. So now let's focus on these macaroons, and they're all looking way too muted. So we're going to use a lot of the colours that I have previously used. So starting off with this pencil, this is the kind of mid-tone of this purpley colour. And I'm putting this anywhere that I think has a slight hint of this colour. So the same areas that we've been filling in before, particularly down that right-hand side, kind of mostly avoiding the patch towards the middle of the top of the macaroon here. And I'm also going to go over the bulk of this bottom section. You can see that it's just made the whole thing more vibrant. Now I'm once again back to using light pencil coverage here because we haven't got a huge amount of pencil down yet on the macaroons. And I'm also going to use this pencil to just go over all of these shapes along here and just smooth them out a little bit. And you can see what a huge difference just adding that one colour makes to the top section versus the bottom section. So let's do exactly the same down here, building up some of the colour on any area that needs to be a bit darker. And then I once again want to think about the most obvious colour that's missing. So right at the very beginning of this tutorial, you'll remember that I mentioned that on the right hand side there was a kind of purpley tone. Up until this point we haven't actually added any purple in, so let's go over these same areas again, building up some of the purple. I want to make it look much cooler, and it's really going to help the macaroons stand out as a completely different colour to the raspberries and just make it a closer match to that reference. So when I'm first putting this quite bright purple over the top, I think maybe it looks a little bit too purple. So I can go over all of the areas that we added pink with the purple, but then what I want to do is maybe tone down that purple a little bit, which we can have a look at in a second. So in a second we can just add more pink over the top. It's always possible to adjust the colour. Before I do that, let's add a little bit more of the grey to tone the purple down in this way first. And again, this is exactly the same as we did before. We're just building up more of it. And I want to put it on both the top, particularly the top right hand section along here. But I also want to fill in a decent amount around the bottom, just anywhere, particularly on the right hand side where I've built up that purple. And it's looking so much richer than it was a second ago. Going over all of the edges along here, along this kind of ruffled area of the macaroon. I don't know what it's called. And I can make the bottom section down here look more solid with this pencil. And then let's use that pink. This is the pink again we used right at the very beginning. I can maybe make this area a little bit darker. It looks too bright at the moment. I can also use this pink to go over the purple, and as I say, just tone down that purple a little bit. It's just slightly adjusting the colour. So we're getting very close to the end now. Let's think about the next most obvious colour that's missing. So I'm particularly noticing this cream section in the middle. It's still looking too light. So I don't want to put more of the very dark grey in here. I don't think we need it. What I am doing is using a much firmer pressure to put some of the lighter warm grey along here. And let's also use this lighter warm grey to just smooth out this section here too. Now the last thing I'm going to do is just add some absolute final tweaks with the black pencil. There's not a huge amount that I need to do at all. There's just some areas where I think it would benefit from being a tiny bit darker. So particularly on that shadow that's separating the top and bottom macaroon, as well as on this section in here as well, this very deep shadow. And I can add a couple of details, a couple of notches coming down into that bottom section. And I'll also add a tiny bit of the black along here, and maybe a little bit of the grey just to make this area look separate from the background. Let's give the macaroons themselves an absolute final smooth out. And actually to do this, I've now moved on to a firm pressure. So I'm using the lightest colour that I've used in each area up until now. So this is that very light pink. And I'm using, as I say, a medium to firm pressure to try and smooth out all of these sections and remove some of those white spots. spots. So I'm focusing with this pink on some of the darker areas. You can see putting this pink over the top of the shadow here isn't changing how dark that shadow is. It is literally just getting rid of those lighter spots. And then let's do the same with the pink on the right hand side on the top macaroon. And then let's move on to the white pencil to just smooth out the lighter area towards the middle. You can see how hard I am pressing with this pencil. It's only because this is the absolute final smoothing section that I want to be pressing this firmly. At no point before now have I needed or wanted to do this. So let's also just smooth out this light patch down the bottom, anywhere that looks a little bit grainy. And then let's move on to the walnut brown to just give this shadow along the bottom here one final darken. It's just looking a little bit too light, and I can still use that firm pressure to get rid of some of these light spots. And the same on the shadow down the bottom around here. But then that is the end of this tutorial. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.